So, it's been a couple weeks, so a quick recap of where we were last time that we got together. Uh, you were traveling with Vosen from Drillheim to the capital city of the Draconian Diarchy. On the path there, you cut through a large area of Badlands, which Vos had informed you was the territory of a group of brass dragons. He didn't know much about them, as when traveling through this area they stuck to a very specific path to not interfere with the dragons who called this place their home. Along that path, you had noticed a fallen body of a green dragon, and as you searched around and looked further, you began to see signs of a struggle, a battle perhaps, between green and brass dragons. At least the aftermath of such, as all that remained were corpses and the scavenging birds feeding off of them. Deciding to travel further into the wasteland away from the known path, you had eventually discovered a large, almost crater-like area, a large sinkhole surrounded by these towering stone pillars. Some of them still standing, others having collapsed. Not much other than a few large corpses of green dragons littering the inside of this sinkhole. You investigated further, discovering the body of a deceased ancient brass dragon. Not completely sure what transpired here or what to do. You had reburied the body of the dragon to avoid it being, fed upon or found by others. And after prayer was said, that's where you find yourselves now. With some information to bring back to the capital, Vos is, at the moment, he seems eager to continue on your journey, to get out of here and to make the way to Metchroma. However, the four of you, Svengrid and Vos, still remain near the center of this sinkhole, the freshly reburied ancient brass dragon beneath your feet. What are you doing?
Well, we've used up a good amount of time so far, so we should probably head back on the course.
Vos agrees.
I was thinking, and I don't know if it's maybe. I mean, I come up with crazy ideas a lot of the time, but what if we could bring the dragon back to life? I mean,
I wouldn't have any means that I personally know of. I believe this dragon's been far too gone for me to do anything about that.
I think that there's a way, but they couldn't be a dragon. It would be like us, but alive again. I mean, if it wanted, agreed, or, if we, but I can't do it alone.
Svengrid looks over him. I don't know exactly what methods you are referring to, Elevon, but do we have the means of doing that here and now? And
No,
if we do, should we?
not here and now, and that's why I wanted to bring it up sooner rather than later, because it'll need. I mean, I can only imagine how much. I wouldn't even begin to know how to start to convince something this. I just, I, c- it's not right. Shouldn't be dead.
I don't think it's right to also. Considering Neri's case was special, but I don't feel like disturbing the dead is something we should do. I know it would be beneficial, but how would it work? Like, you mentioned that it would be up to them.
Well, I think most things like this work that way. You have to choose to come back. I can't force it to come back against its will. I mean, that would be something darker, right? I mean, I'm sure magic like that might exist, but I don't have anything like that.
I completely stay away, usually from necromancy or anything of that sort. But, well, what do you have in mind? What would we need?
I need some special oils and things, but I don't have them on me, and also I wouldn't begin to know where to begin trying to, like, I can't imagine being. This isn't right. This isn't how dragons do things, right? They don't just go attack each other. I don't think. This doesn't seem normal.
And
There have been skirmishes, of course, before, just as any other peoples would. This is something new for me to have experienced, especially chromatic dragons this far away from their natural home.
Like, there is something going on, and I don't know what it is, but I want to do whatever I can to stop it from happening to more dragons. I don't care what kind of dragon. This just, I mean, did it have a successor or something? Because you said it was like a protector or the leader of them. So that's, like, the loss of that is, I mean, even just this creature itself is. I don't have words. The loss of all of this.
Elevon. Durand mentioned his ability as well as mine. The reason we cannot is because it is we must get to the deceased in a very short amount of time to be able to enact our divine magics. Is this spell that you speak of, does it have a time limit as well? If so, what are we working with?
I think that as long as they didn't die of old age. I mean, if its time came and it died naturally, the spell won't work, but this doesn't appear natural at all. Out of character, is that? I can look it up and make sure that's right, but that's what I'm recalling.
Reincarnate is 10 days.
Oh no.
Which, some of them were around a 2-week point, but you don't know how long or this conflict had been going on for. You don't know if this fight lasted a day, lasted weeks, months, who knows. Some might be more recently deceased than others. Either way, probably not within the recent few days. If it was going to happen, you'd have to try to make it happen pretty quickly, if there is any chance.
Well, soon, very soon. Little time is left, I'm sure. I mean, I can't be sure. Maybe not. There is no time left. But he seems, or she, don't know. Well, like not in as bad condition as others.
Well, time is of the essence, and you need to procure these items anyway. Then perhaps we should continue on to the capital.
Yeah.
Pass on what we know, what we need to assist those of Drillheim. Maybe see if anybody in the city knows anything that might assist us with this. If this is what we're doing. As Era said, there's a reason why, at least in our home, generally speaking, it is quite prohibitive to acquire the means to bring the dead back.
I know that there's order and there's a natural order to things and there's balance that needs to be maintained, but this wasn't created by a balance of anything in nature that I know of.
No, I think we found all that waste. And although it doesn't seem much more than what we had a bit ago.
You're cutting out a little bit, Max.
Oh, hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
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 Hi. I forgot what I said.
I think you were saying something about wasting time. Maybe.
No! Okay, no. I think for what we have, it's more than what we knew before. And although it doesn't seem much, I feel, I don't know, I'm kind of worried about what's going to be ahead of us. So not to sound impatient or anything, but I do think we should get moving. We can keep this in mind. And I mean, you're right. It's not natural, whatever happened here. Obviously, there was conflict, but hopefully whatever we can do can mend some of that.
Okay, so I'll start casting Windwalk. I just kind of like agree with Aaron, like nod my head and begin casting the spell.
Okay. We all gather around as Elevon casts the spell, and the final look around, you feel the spell begin to take effect and allow your bodies to be formed into mist, following the path of Vos back to the road that cuts through the wasteland. You make your way further into Draconia, on your way to the capital. After the day's travel, you come to rest in a grassy field. Hours passed where you had previously, hours past the edge of the barren wasteland that housed the brass dragon. You begin to set up your camp for the evening. Vos informs you guys that with another day's travel like this, you will be in the capital. What were you saying?
Are there any large plants or trees?
Yeah, you can find. There's no like forests or anything around here. It seems. It looks like it's actually pretty good farmland, but there is the occasional large tree that would suffice for travel.
Did we travel until the spell was about to end? Or
What do you
'cause-
want to do?
Hmm?
What do you want to do?
Oh, well, because we're in a hurry, I was going to ask if people wanted to keep going until we couldn't keep going. But if my spell is about to end, because I don't know how
You still have
long.
time on the spell, but going beyond would risk exhaustion, but it's up to you guys.
I think I wouldn't want to rush in a sense where we're gonna. Would we get tired as wind, like exhaustion?
You're
in
still
a sense?
you're still moving. You're
Moving,
just faster.
okay.
I think it's still, it still takes some effort, right? Your legs may not be tired, but
Yeah.
just
Okay.
general fatigue. Either way, you even with the extra hour or two, you'd be closer, but you still wouldn't get there within the time frame of the spell. Either which way, you're still looking at, do you want to get there 2 hours earlier tomorrow with maybe some exhaustion, or do you want to rest?
Okay, so instead of saying anything, Elevorn is just doing this calculation of what you've said in her head, but just visibly to everybody, like she's thinking about it and like waving her finger around, like, what would we? And then,
Gotcha. So that's a no then? Elephant?
Yeah, I'll just not mention it to everybody.
Okay. As the campfire is made and some little makeshift seating arrangements are placed around it, Vos and Sven are having a conversation, and Vos is telling Svenkert about the capital city and basically what they're going to do when they get there to find somebody to pass the word on to. Svenkert asks, it was mentioned when we were in Drillheim that you'd sent others on ahead. Yes, but that was months ago. Well, did you send them with any animals, beasts to travel with carts, or did they travel a bit lighter? Yes, some of them had beasts to carry their carts, families, supplies. Not many. I think that for the most part, we wanted them to stay as well hidden as possible, but there were some. I haven't seen any signs of that on our way here. So hopefully that means that they made it to wherever they were going. Those nods. Hopefully. None were my family personally. Many friends, neighbors. But, no, my family, as with many of the men and women that you met in Drillheim, stayed with us in Drillheim. There are other small towns, villages, that they may have stopped we're actually speed we're going to be a few hours away from one of the larger ones before we get to the capital. We may very well stop there. Sven nods and takes a drink of water. I've never seen a creature like that dragon that we unearthed earlier today. Thinking of the experiences, knowledge must have had.
If I can intrude, how long has this been going on for? That you can tell.
After, well, we heard of some weird activity with dragons. We're going back half a year or so. But even that, it was coming from the other island, the other side of Draconia, and didn't pay much mind to it. Although, on paper and officially, the Dragonborn of both metallic and chromatic descents are allied and living under the same rule. We're still separated by hundreds and hundreds of miles and our own, and even vaster differences in culture and history. And so while rumors spread of some stirrings with dragons on that side of the world, or rather on that side of Draconia, I must say I did not pay much mind to it. It wasn't until recent months when they showed up in Drillheim, quite suddenly, that it became real for us. And after those attacks, well, it was simply a matter of fighting them back as best we could, hiding, surviving, and we really lost whatever contact we did have with anyone outside of Drillheim as we hunkered down and waited. Well, obviously the problem had been spreading, growing, at least of concern to people that know far more than I do in the capital, as we were told to prepare for your arrival. Those orders were the last that we had heard from Metachroma and the Crown.
So even you guys haven't had any communications?
No. Those that could, either on our end or theirs, we lost. And any messengers we attempted to send on the journey between Drillheim and Metachroma, if they made it, nobody made it back. Or decided not to send word back. That's the outcome that I would rather believe. That any of the messengers that we sent out to the capital made it, and with their knowledge, with what they knew, realized it was too dangerous of effort to send anyone back. That is probably wishful thinking,
Have you heard any sightings of a blue dragon? By chance?
Oh, the only thing I know is that, well, on the wing, which is the other major island that makes up Draconia, they started experiencing these troubles, or whatever conflict is going on with the dragons, whatever has them invading others' territories, fighting amongst themselves. It started there before it came here. I don't know if any specific dragon or clutch or descent of dragons made the first move, have more influence, but I'm not even really aware of the goings-ons of the dragons here.
Yeah, I
Except
understand.
separate each other. We're aware. Some more than others, but for the most part we are very separate civilization.
Yeah, that was a bit of a long shot. Hopefully, once we get to the capital, we can start being on our way of cleaning up this mess.
You really intend to? Just the 5 of you? Well, I'd hope that the people of Draconia, as well as our friends, would be involved in some way, but I think if it comes down to it... Svenkard looks to Durand and then out to the others who are doing various things, setting up camp. Elevorn probably hugging a tree at the moment.
Asking the tree to make a nice little hammock where she can trance.
Being yelled at by a bird or two. You know, typical Elevorn things.
Stupid birds.
I think if it did come down to it, we'd do what we could.
It has never felt like it's always just been just us. Despite maybe even certain situations quite literally being that way. We've gotten as far as we have through the people that we've met along the way. Sven is even a testament to that.
Yeah. Well, if I was to start to get into the stories of how I met Durand and the others here, well, I think we'd probably lose a bit more sleep than we could afford.
That's true.
I will look into Vos. The first time that I did come across Durand and the others, they did battle with a Hydra. Not sure if you're aware of Vos. But I just kind of heard of. Sure. You are going to need to tell me that story at some point, then. Svenkard gives a little bit of a smirk and a nod. I feel like was longer, further in my past than it may be in reality. You were a very different man then, Durant.
Yeah, in many ways.
I'm going to, I'm going to finish setting up my tent and get some rest, unless I'm to take first watch. Well,
No,
if that's the case, then just let me know.
I can take care of that.
Swanker gets up, nods, claps you on the shoulder, and goes to set up his tent. Vos goes through a bit of his things, takes out a small metal cup and an implement to, extended, place it over the fire and fills it with water and begins to heat up a small cup of water. Anyone else have anything they wish to do for bedtime?
I think I'll draw on the jar a little bit.
Okay. Era, Ealavorn. Anything? If not, then get into rested time.
Yeah, for now I'm not gonna. Early.
Was that you saying you're good for now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ah, okay. You know what? I will do something. If I could, I guess break off, not going far, but like enough. I just want a bit of privacy and then send a message to my sister.
Okay. So you walk off, not too far, still, close enough that the light from the campfire still catches you and you're still within visual range of others at the camp. But standing alone there, mostly empty field, mostly clear sky. You send a message to your sister. What are you saying?
I think about it for a bit. I'm not really sure. I don't really have anything to say, but I find comfort knowing that she responds back. So, but I'm not gonna tell her that. So,
Of course not.
I guess, and I'll say that. Things are going okay here. We're still alive, and we're headed to the capital at this time. I forgot the name. Anyways, are you okay?
The voice, your sister's voice, comes back relatively immediately. It's a little shakier than you're used to, and you can almost hear the exhaustion on her voice. It's good to hear you're all right. And if you're headed to Met Chroma, she says, making sure to stress, a piece of information that she knows that you apparently have gotten. And that should be one of the safest places for you. You're still on the move. I'm alright, still alive. Did lose one today, but can't be avoided.
I'll send another message. Not to say that I'm not hopeful that it's the safest, just I think I should always be prepared for anything at this point. Do you have a general idea of where you're going at this time? And sorry to hear about the one you lost.
When we started pushing, we had similar goals or destination as you, and heading for the capital, but many other people are doing the same, and as such, it's become quite a dangerous road to take heading there. Not just because of dragon, but brigands, bandits, and some other group that I'm not exactly sure.
I'll send another message.
Okay.
If you happen to know the name of the place or wherever you plan to stop by, let me know. And I just want to know that you're safe.
Don't feel like it would do us any good for me to say anything now, as I'm not in the same place for longer than a few days at a time. But if you ever find yourselves on this side of Draconia, then perhaps we could arrange a meet. Although, I would advise against coming here, if I were you.
I think about sending another message, but I figured it'd be best not to, even though I'm gonna soon. But what, saying this out loud to myself, why would it, trying to piece everything together from what I've been hearing or, listening in on, or just processing everything that's happened. Thinking of, where it originated, why Metchroma would be considered the safest. Is it still safe? Just kind of different running off, thoughts in my head, trying to figure it out while really grasping onto nothing.
Okay. So, Elvon, you've acquainted yourself with a nearby tree. Is there anything else that you want to do this evening?
I want to cast Goodberry, and I want to train with Valfir for a while.
Okay. Go ahead and make an animal handling check. You have 10 good berries. Last for the next day.
So 12.
Well.
I'm probably a little distracted.
Maybe a little distracted. Not as distracted as Valfear, though. As your plans quickly get due to, like what your original plans to train Valfear quickly get derailed, as he more just wants to play, and anything that you try to do to train him, he just turns into playing, and then eventually you end up giving up on training him because you get caught up in his playful spirit as well, and you just end up playing.
I'm gonna try to feed him a good berry.
Okay.
Because I don't know if we have any kind of meat type things, but, you know.
He gobbles it up. It's food. He eats it. The way that you can see him doesn't seem to enjoy it that much, but it does fill him up.
But it's acorns. Everybody loves acorns. At the moment. Let's go give some to everyone else. So I'm gonna bring with me to go hand out good berries.
Griffin.
I'm not
Yep.
sure.
And there you guys go. Replacement meals. You know, your rations have come.
Thank
Well, I
you.
didn't. Yeah, you're welcome. I know we didn't want to take too much stuff with us. I'm not sure what there is left to cook, and also, Valfir just wants to play right now.
So as the evening winds down, Daran, you said you'd be taking the first watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I need to roll a dice. I've rolled a dice. Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Uh, 13.
13? Okay. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, though you're not 100% sure what ordinary is here, but nothing catches your attention throughout the duration of your time on watch. A lot of time thinking, contemplating. Much of it surrounding, well, the question that you had asked Vos earlier in the evening. But everyone is sleeping safely, soundly, as the sleepies start to get to you, and you realize it's your time to get some rest and get someone else up. Did have a question, but I kind of forgot it.
For me?
Oh well. Yeah, I think so. I'll remember it later. Alright. For now.
I won't tell you. I'm a closed
Okay,
book.
thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Tunu. You're not allowed to have my gift.
Or maybe your question is, who do I wake up?
That's the one that I didn't forget. I don't think
Oh.
that was
That's alright, it'll come later.
not that lost at the moment. Who's next?
Who is next? Can I play Eeny Meeny Miny Mo?
Sure, do whatever you want. Are you waiting for me to tell you the result of your eenies and meanies? Minies and mo's? Or are you gonna choose yourself?
No, I'm choosing myself. Let's go with Sven.
Sven? Wakes Sven up. Short conversation. You head to bed. And he takes his walk. The next morning, those of you who do not wake up with the rising of the sun are woken up by either the smell of brewing tea or some of you guys didn't bring any food. Is that what you said, Elephor?
I said I didn't know what we brought with us because we were trying not to take too much stuff from Drillheim, but also, like, Lavon was just playing with Valfir, so she just made good berries.
Hey, whoops, I forgot to make dinner!
Yeah,
Or the
basically.
smell of some cooking, probably vegetables. Probably didn't take meats with you from Drillheim, so. You guys break down the camp? Anything before you carry on? Elevorn era, you do your daily spell selections, whatever that may entail for each of you. But within the hour of waking up, you're all ready to go. You guys ready to carry on?
Yeah, sure.
Okie dokie then.
Well,
Mhm.
I forgot to do something last night, but I'll do it now anyway. I'll just go up to Neridion.
Hmm?
Hi, Neri.
Hi. Yeah.
Did you want anything in your ring? You know, just in case, or, you know, because I don't know. I mean, it was really useful back there with the dragon, you know.
Well, yeah. Some of the spells are very useful. I don't know. What do you have? I mean, you never know what we come into, you know, so.
You could scry on Isaiah.
I mean, as much as I would want to, I think maybe something, you know, I don't know. If we get into a battle or something, maybe a spell for that would be useful.
Yes, drawing on Isaiah.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So
I have-
to spy on Isaiah. Just spy on him. What's wrong with that? It's not
It's
creepy.
not spying on him. It's just you haven't seen him in a while. I mean, I can't let you send him a message or anything. I mean, Eric could maybe, but I don't have that. So, I mean, that's the best I could do. So you could see Isaiah, because I'm sure you miss him a lot. But
I'm gonna dig out an older journal and find a page that has him on it. I do draw him sometimes.
oh, that is so amazing. I'm going to hug Nardion.
I'm gonna hug her back.
I do have like cures, various ways to do that. You know, like conjuring animals or polymorph, or I mean, I'm sure Era has those too, but I was just, what I have. Hmm.
I
We
mean,
could make us sneakier. I don't know. Or fog cloud. Can't
Oh yes,
see us.
everyone's favorite.
But that
Yours-
didn't go well. I don't use this. I don't know what it's for.
That's like the signature spell of Neridion and Elevorn, Fog Cloud.
it's fog. Nothing but fog.
I'm sorry.
I maybe the conjure animals or polymorph.
Sure, whichever you think you'd like more. And I mean, I could give you a stronger contra animal, so you have more animals, or if you just want polymorph, that's pretty good. And it also can kind of keep someone from being hurt, too. Kind of.
Yeah. Or maybe the polymorph. It has proven to be pretty handy being some animal.
Okay, polymorph it is, and then I'll start to cast it into the ring.
Alright, so you have Polymorph in the ring with room for another first level spell. And mark up that 4th level spell slot there, Elevorn. Alright, so now, you guys ready to go? Yes, no, maybe?
Well, I am. I mean, I can ask if everybody's ready, because I'll start to cast Windwalk.
Okay. You ask them if they're ready by casting Windwalk?
Yeah, I start casting. I expect them to either not. It's fine.
It's
You're
already
gonna miss the
ready.
train!
The train is leaving. Everybody on board.
All aboard!
I'm ready.
Duran running out of the nearby bush. Wait for me! Alright.
Run faster.
So, cast the Windwalk spell. You all take off, following Vos, who informs you that, again, there's a rather large town that normally would be a few, maybe about half a week's travel out of Metchroma, but we should be able to pass it on our way there, maybe here in a few hours. Maybe stop in, something to eat, and before we finish up the journey.
Oh, I don't mind.
Yeah, that sounds quite nice.
So, as you follow Vos has wind, you see below you the road, which was more of just a path cut through the grass by the foot travel and the travel of carts and animals that had eroded and worn away over time. Change into that of a dirt road, and then eventually cobblestone and more of a refined, actually built road as you get closer to the Draconian civilization and capital in particular. You also start to see signs of carts and gear abandoned, cast to the side of the road, some near the center of it. From your vantage point, would be hard to miss, as it's mostly open grassland. The grass is fairly tall, not tall enough to hide an entire cart, and the road itself is things stand out pretty easily on top. You haven't seen any travelers, but the signs of travelers are here. You continue on.
So, it's not weird to just leave your stuff in the middle of the road, is it?
Certainly isn't normal. I was worried. I figured we can't have been the only ones in Drillheim. It could have just been people wanting to travel lighter, get to Medchroma faster.
Well, according to my sister, a lot of people should have been traveling, though dangerous, to Macroma. Supposed to be the safest, right? Could I maybe examine closer, like what's inside? Like the belongings or the stuffs that we found?
Well, yeah, you guys are flying up, so you'd have to fly down to, ground level and examine things. At the moment, you can't move stuff around as you are wind, but you certainly could take a closer look. So go ahead and make an investigation check.
$20.
20 what?
23.
23. Getting down there, it doesn't look like there's anything, like one in particular, one of the larger wagons that you had seen, doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. It doesn't appear to be damaged. The wheels seem in good condition. It does appear empty. It has been completely cleared out. There are a few scraps of cloth and what looks like old food, grains, dried vegetables from being left out here too long, like beyond the rotting stage, but just shriveled. And you also see some holes in the covering of the wagon, as well as some scarring across the wooden body of it. It appears less like it was left here and abandoned, more like it was attacked, but not by dragons or anything. It seems like this is more the work of other people.
Okay. I guess I will meet up with. I imagine, I'm not sure if everyone went down or if it was just me, but if that's the case, I'll go back up. I guess I'll tell. Oh, it does look like it was abandoned, but there were some marks on it, so I don't think it was done by a dragon. But I didn't see any bodies, just kind of like really nothing. Maybe a couple of like grains or vegetables. I don't think it's that important. I just think that it wasn't. Mm. It was just others, but you should probably keep going.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's good that it wasn't done by the dragons, even though it's not nice that it was maybe done by some other people either, but unless everybody else wants to, then yeah, maybe we should just keep moving anyways.
You said there was grain or something? Was it like fresh or?
No.
No, just I just think it's been a while. It's been there.
Well, I hate to. I don't want to leave. I mean, you should help people, but if it isn't like fresh food, then probably they could have gone any direction from here. Maybe the direction we're going. Maybe we'll find out more information in the town. And definitely can't have people traveling like this under attack of other people. That's so I'm not saying not to do anything, just maybe not right now.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell what the circumstances is. Still a bit sad. People do what they have to do to survive, no? Not that I'm condoning it or saying, I'd rather it be people than unnecessary conflict or, dragon. If I were, to choose between a person and a dragon, I'm not laughing.
Between
yeah.
bandits and a dragon.
See, bandits can at least fireball them. Dragon's a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, so whatever, whatever's going on here, we should come back and help or try to sort it out. But I think we have a little bit. I don't know. I hate to say other things are more important because our life is important.
Well,
But maybe they got away. Maybe they're in the town now. They left their belongings,
all the more reason we should keep going. But with yeah, I mean, I agree. I just I don't know. I just want to do what we can.
You're totally right. We should definitely see what's going on about this.
Well, the town itself shouldn't be that far ahead. Another hour or so.
It's only for us, it's probably longer for people on foot, right?
Well, yes, for us is what I meant.
Okay. Let's just try to maybe keep an eye out for anybody. If we see any people moving through the grass or,
Okay. If you want to do that, are you going a bit slower, or are you just, if we see him, we see him? At normal speed. Because you're moving pretty quick. So do you want to slow down to get a better view of things on the ground, or no?
Of course, Elkhorn wants to help everybody.
It's not what I asked. Are you slowing
Yeah.
down? Alright. So, go ahead and make a perception check, Eleanor.
It's a 19 total.
Alright. You're traveling at about half of the speed that you could be, which instead of 300 feet around, you're only going 150 feet around, so it's going to take you a couple hours instead of the about an hour that Vos had said to get to the nearest town at this speed. As you get closer, you start to see more of more like the scene that you had just come from. To the point where, even as you get closer, the carts and belongings of travelers seems to more crowd the roads themselves, even, so that if you were walking on the road, it would be quite difficult to maneuver through. Looking at it, it's dozens, nearing 100 probably carts that you can see. And that's not including what you think might be just like the splinters of wood that might have once made up a piece of cart. You can see some of the wagons just laying on their bodies, their wheels having been removed. You do see what looks like some movement, some rustling in one of the wagons. It is moving as if there's something moving around inside of it.
Can I go check it out? Oh, point. Or not point. I don't have hands. I'm just gonna
Wind!
this way and go that way.
Alright.
Or just say like movement, or like, like I saw movement.
I saw something. I saw something.
Standard NPC things.
Halt! Who goes there?
It must be my imagination.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm not strong enough to carry anymore. Nope. Too heavy. I can't carry that. My pack is too full. Alright. As you begin to fly down and get closer, you hear a voice calling out. Not in your direction, but also not the focus of where you had seen it. It's coming from a little bit further up. L1, roll an intelligence check.
Ooh, spicy.
It's a 7.
7.
Not bad.
Are you sure?
What the?
It's -2.
Have you seen my charisma check?
It doesn't matter. A 7's still a 7. I don't care if you got a +5 or a -5 bonus.
7 ain't bad.
I know. It wasn't that.
So, the calling out, the language is Draconic. You speak a little Draconic, L1. Not nearly fluent in it, but you've learned a bit from Drand here and there. Are you guys following her?
She was heading down?
Down, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Elevorn, in your understanding of what you heard, the Draconic language is still a little bit foreign to you. You hear what seems to be maybe a younger dragonborn, the voice, male, calling out, "Pilly, there are snakes." That's what you hear.
Oh no, there are snakes. I have to. It'll take too much time.
What?
I want to change back, but I don't know if it'll be in time.
Durand and Era, if you followed, you would have heard the cry as well, and it was, Pilly, have you found anything? So, I mean, you have to get down. You're not gonna reform in midair, are you, Elephant?
Once I get close enough to the ground, yeah.
Okay.
Like I'll fall 10 feet. No, not that far. That's too far.
And if you're heading down to the wagon where you had seen movement, like so you can see inside, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay. You see, as you get down to the ground level, the wind causing the wagon covering to whip as if, it was actual wind and not you flying by. You see a young female dragonborn, bronze in color, just rooting through sacks and whatever scraps and bags in the wagon as she responds in Draconic. A few things, nothing really yet.
Elevorn is thinking she's extremely brave to not be afraid of snakes.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it must be pretty big snakes. I mean,
Mhm.
because like garter snakes are pretty harmless, but I don't know what kind of snakes they have here. It's really weird that she's not afraid.
So you're turning back?
Yeah.
Alright. You see her, standing up and emptying out bags. What looks like old rags, clothes, the occasional bit of copper or little metal trinket that had been left behind her, overlooked, does fall out, which she would quickly reach down, grab, and pocket. Durand, you are more familiar with how Dragonborn grow and how they appear at each age, as they do grow quicker than most humanoids. This little girl here seems maybe about 5-6 years old.
Maybe too young to be the bandits that Era was referring to, but definitely looking for something here. Hopefully, too young to be in the banditry.
The baby bandits. Give us all your money. So, are you reforming right there, in view, Elevorn?
There's snakes. What do you want from me?
Okay. So,
Just
Elevorn,
right
it
in
takes
front.
you the minute you reform into your corporeal form, and at the moment, she's not facing you. She's kind of rooting around in the far corner of this wagon. You can hear her shuffling and just tossing things about.
Do you want to help her, Ella?
I was just gonna say there's snakes. He said there's snakes here.
No one's mentioned
She
any
turns around,
snakes.
startled at the voices
Oh no.
that are now right outside of the wagon. seeing Elavorn standing there. She like recoils back, nearly falls out of the front of the wagon before turning and scurrying out, like through the front where the driver would sit and out of the wagon itself, giving off a little surprised yelp in the process.
Wait. Are there snakes? She found a snake? Must be, right?
I haven't heard any mention of snake, Ella.
Isn't that what he said?
I believe they said, have you found anything?
How did I get anything and snake confused?
Different language.
It's complicated.
Put the accent in a different place, and it's
I should go find her.
context.
I mean, you can talk to her better than I can. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't understand what I just said.
You
We
hear
can
her
find her.
responding, calling out in Draconic to whoever was talking to her before, presumably giving a warning that, they're not alone. But she's running further ahead.
Okay, well, I guess I'm chasing a child.
Oh, God.
Excellent.
I'm with her.
You're flying with her as wind, or did you turn back too?
This is the difficult part. Can I tell when someone is turning?
Yeah, they begin to slowly regain their form and everything like that.
Okay, then I would have
process. Okay. So, Ella, when you're chasing this little scared child through a maze of abandoned carts, wagons, and broken pieces of both, you heard some movement, some scrambling up ahead, though you had temporarily lost visual, and then quiet. You move around one wagon and you can see that, well, you have wagons, carts, some right side up, some overturned, some on their sides, all around you, and taking a moment. Quiet. You don't see her. You don't hear her. The next sound you hear is Durand accidentally kicking a part of a wagon and kind of causing a little bit of a crash behind you as he, makes his way ever so nimbly after you.
I'm gonna go see what happened.
No, he's behind you. He's just
Huh.
He just bumped into something on the way, basically. Scraping by.
So I just scared her for no reason. I was trying to say sorry, but I can't find her.
Well, it's alright. we can have a look around, maybe see if we can figure out what happened here. Or
Well,
maybe the capital might have more answers. This is a little closer to home.
yeah, this doesn't look good though. I mean, does it? Why wouldn't they? I don't understand why all these wagons are here, and why some are missing wheels. And, well, I mean, I could understand if someone abandoned it, there's no harm in taking a wheel, I guess, but if you need one, but.
Yeah, we might get more answers more efficiently in the capital. I can use all manner of wishful thinking, but it's right. This doesn't look too good.
So are you looking around, like you said, for maybe answers of what
So
happened?
we're
and
just
still
gonna
looking for
call
the
out.
children?
You know, like, I'm sorry.
Devon, Delavan, make perception checks, please.
Can I teach her to say I'm sorry in Draconic real quick?
Sure. You're gonna say I'm sorry in Draconic?
Well, I want to teach her. Or, no, saying it's probably better. Yeah, just say it out loud. That's teaching enough. It's like I'm a translator.
There you go.
So then I'll repeat it, or try to. Probably not do well.
Well enough. Accent might be off. But you didn't say a totally different phrase entirely. Anyways.
It's a 21 total.
Okay.
Perception?
Yes.
Let's see. $25.
Alright. So, as you're walking slowly forward and calling out, declaring your apology, you hear Devand, a voice in Draconic, coming from what at first to you looked like just a sort of pile of basically rubble and near the side of the road. You hear the small dragonborn child's voice. There were two of them, two voices, I heard. Then another voice, shh, just be quiet. And looking over, you can see there are like some planks of wood basically that make that it just looked like a sort of a pile of wood, and through some of the gaps you could see a little bit of a bronze dragonborn face peering at you and then disappearing into the darkness of the little hidey hole that they had found.
Oh, I have an idea.
I use lightning breath and
Yo, the complete opposite. Hold on. How much do I have? We'll leave it to random. Cause I don't think I have anything to put it into. I'll just be like, well, I guess we'll just keep heading our way to the capital. So, we could just turn back to wind and nothing else to see here, you know. But then, kind of in my last moments before I turn back to Win, can I just throw a handful of gold and be like, "Oh, whoops,
Whoopsie-doodles.
jeez, I must
Oh
have just
no.
lost this. What a shame."
Oh no, my gold.
Nothing I can do now. How much gold are you losing?
I don't know, because I wanted it to be random. Because literally was like a handful.
Okay, sure. So, what dice do you want me to roll?
1,000.
What? Oh, hold on. How many?
Hold on.
How big is a handful in reference to the dice?
You see,
It's one
a
of your big.
handful of coins. I think
Just one of the
I
big.
think a 10 or a 12 would be fair.
Okay. 12.
I'll roll it.
Watch it be 1? No way, that's
You
impossible.
just took out copper. You took out copper piece. 9.
Nice. How much did I
That's a
lose?
solid handful. That's a good handful.
Trond has big hands.
Chill.
Whoops-a-doodles. My lucky handful of coins that I always carry around with me. No, I swear, he showed up, chased us, turned into wind, and dropped some.
Good.
What's up, Elevorn?
Well, I still have 2 good berries, and there are 2 of them, so.
So
But
you're going to.
why
oh
would
no,
they
me
eat them?
too.
No, they wouldn't eat them because they don't trust me. They'd probably worry they were poisoned or something.
With snakes.
With snakes. So you're keeping the good berries?
No, I'll leave them. I'll
Okay.
just, probably not at the same time as him. Just be like, here.
Place them like
you-
on top of a wagon, on top of a cart or something. Yeah, there you go. Not just on the floor, not dirty ground berries. Okay.
Ew, this stuff on the ground if it's edible.
Right? Jeez. Certainly not someone who's lived most of their life as a squirrel. Alright. So, you guys are reconvening with the group?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
So, you continue on the path. As you get closer to the town, oddly enough, the carts and wagons and everything that you had seen littering the road and the sides of it, it begins to lighten up to the point where, as you are seeing the beginning images of like a town over the horizon in the distance, the road and fields beneath you are empty, pretty much. As the town comes more into view, you can see it's relatively small walls that cover portions of the town itself. The buildings are made predominantly of wood and stone. And you begin to see Dragonborn. There are people walking the road in both directions. As you get closer to the town, you can see what looks like a little hovel outside of the town walls, quite a good ways away from the town walls itself. And it looks like a lot of the structures, people's living spaces, are either tarp, tents, or like wagons, carts, sort of like made from wagons and carts. So you can see like little homes and shelters made up from what people would normally use to transport goods from place to place. But it looks like a well-sized little community here. You see dozens of these shelters, probably enough to house, if you were to guess and estimate from what you see, be about 75, 80 people. Could be as much as over 100, but definitely not a town's worth of people.
So is this like before we get into the town? This is on the outskirts, or?
Yeah, the town is still, if you were walking, probably half an hour away.
Okay, so it's like a refugee camp, basically,
Seems
kind of
like it.
like what was going on in Crestfield. So it's
Sort
that
of.
sort of vibe, kind of.
It's outside of the town. It looks like you're not sure who these people are, obviously, or why they're here, but yeah, it seems like they're setting up shelter however they can, like living out of their cars, basically, setting up tents in a little camp outside of the town. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to interpret it.
Since we're probably still high enough up and don't want to alarm anybody, we are, right, or not? We're not
Yeah.
flying amongst them.
No,
So-
but even if you are, you're just gonna be wind, so... Oh no, a breeze.
Yeah, well, really
Oh,
fast.
dear.
Please.
Oh dear! That came out of nowhere.
Must have
Scattering
been the
papers.
wind.
All the as
Definitely.
they all do their accounting and they're all doing their taxes right now, so you don't want to scatter their paperwork. So yeah, you're up high enough that you wouldn't need to, you wouldn't blow any hats off.
Well, I mean, do we start asking people here? Because they seem like they're new to the place, so we could. But they might not know what's going on here if they're not from here. So maybe we go into the town, or.
Either or. We start here. I feel like we'd go into the town anyway, right? And I guess if we don't have answers in town about what this is, and if we really need to know, we could always just come back.
Yeah, I was also wondering if there's maybe rules or something, because, I mean, I'm sure there's probably limited space in the town, but like.
Rules as far as what?
Well, I mean, like, when there was some bad stuff going on where we're from, one of the towns became kind of overrun with, like, refugees from the town that was having. Well, they were Harpies, and so their hometown was not habitable because it was under attack constantly. So people left and came to other towns. So they had. Well, I mean, they were inside the town though, so I don't know. This is outside the town, but still close. So I don't.
We don't have any intention of staying. Well, it shouldn't be too much of a bother if that's the case.
Yeah, but I just figured if you didn't come in that way, they wouldn't ask questions like that of us. If we're just wandering the town talking to people, it might be easier than going through some sort of checkpoint, asking if we're going to be in town long, or, or maybe we should go through the checkpoint just so that it's all.
thinking we go directly into the town.
So, the town itself, you see, the road and the elevation begins to sort of like dip. It's in not quite a valley, but it is flanked on both sides by two more wide than they are tall hills, and it does sit slightly at a lower elevation. The slope, it does slope kind of downward going into the town, but nothing too drastic or at too sharp of an angle. You can see on each of the hills that flank the town, there are, looks like, from what you can see, above the tree line, there are a couple watchtowers. You occasionally see a clearing where a home or two built onto the hillside is, or a building for some purpose, maybe a home, maybe not. As you approach the town, though, you saw less. You didn't see anyone really walking the roads between the town and that refugee camp that you had passed. But as you approach the town, something seems off. The entire hue, the colors seem weird. And as you get closer, you notice that between the buildings, within the walls, along the streets, is this low-hanging fog that seems to just be settled and sat there with a sickly green hue to it.
It's rather strange. Do you have any idea what might be going on here? Strange
What is that?
magics? Just trying to see if anyone can offer more personal insight above our general perception of what's going on.
Does it remind me of Worthy?
Stop. We don't talk about Worthy here.
we don't talk about Worthy, no. In what regard? Fog, or what do you mean?
Well, yeah, it tended to be kind of weird there too. Is it the same kind of strange atmosphere as where it was? Or like
It's definitely not normal, right? It doesn't seem like it should be there. It seems like this low-hanging, like very low to the ground, green fog or mist that just seems to hang there. Doesn't seem to really move. Like I said, the town is in like a small, like kind of valley. It's not a steep valley between mountains. It's more of like a small. It's set slightly beneath the elevation of the rest of the surrounding area, enough that it traps whatever this is within it. It seems.
Is the city
It's
itself
not very
uninhabitable?
thick. It doesn't really obfuscate your view. You can see it, and if you got to maybe, like, it depends how low are you going to examine this. Well, either way, while you contemplate that, looking down on this town, which, as you just get beyond the walls from your point of view, you currently don't see anybody, any activity whatsoever, just the buildings, all in relatively good condition.
Jeez.
Nothing really seems to be off except for the lack of people and this green cloud that lingers at maybe about, no higher off the ground than knee level. But as you take that in, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break.
Oh, okay.
See you guys in a little while. All right, so you guys are over this town. A low green mist hangs and snakes its way and is just sitting basically at ground level, just permeating the entirety of the town. It wisps of it makes its way out past the furthest buildings of it, but it's not able. There's not enough that it's able to crawl and climb up the slight banks that make of the roads that make their way in and out of the town. One of which you have traveled on to get here. So you all are well above the town as far as where you're hovering in mist form. So what are you going to do? You've reached just the outskirts of the town. It's a fairly large town itself. I would say it's larger than Crestfield. Definitely larger than Ambervale. I'd say it's a town. It's in sheer size, probably a little more than half of Brushburn. So it's not small by any means.
So this doesn't look good either. Maybe some of us go outside and ask the people outside what's going on inside, and maybe we'll look around and see if there's, some kind of wonderful well this stuff is coming out of.
Wonderful well. Oh,
Yeah.
Well, I guess we would need some, if we would split the party, each party would need to have somebody who knows how to speak Draconic. Because
Elevon, are you confident in your Draconic?
I
I know
really
Draconic.
thought that he said snakes. I mean, it's an easy mistake.
Are you sure you're not wrong, Durand? Pretty sure.
Look, it was close.
Durand was in the wrong. He said snakes.
Durand? No, he's definitely said snakes.
But there's quite a few people who speak Draconian here, right?
Yeah, 4 out of 6.
But in Draconic.
So
We?
just can't leave.
We is not yes.
Oh. What the fuck? Sorry.
It's the equivalent of going da, but in Draconic.
So saying yes.
Yes.
C, but in Draconic.
Seaweeda.
Seaweeda.
Okay, so you are splitting the party. This is what it sounds like.
Yeah, we love doing that.
Or we
Divide and conquer.
Look, it hasn't been that long. Divide and
come
conquer.
back.
Just to make a list, jot down weird mist town to it, and we continue on.
I mean, the time is kind of limited, but also I don't want to leave people who could use our help right very now, so I don't know what to do. Doesn't look like anybody's suffering so far. That's why I was like, maybe we do like a flyover of the town, and if nobody's caught in this, or I don't know what this stuff is. I don't really want to land in it either.
Yeah, probably won't be the best idea to land in it.
But nobody's here, which is weird because everybody's outside.
Again, you guys are at the outskirts of the town. You're saying nobody's here, as in like you've scoped through the entirety of it. I'm telling you
No,
what you guys
I
see
said
as all of this
we
comes into view.
haven't flown over it yet, so we probably should do a flyover to make sure that nobody's stuck in this weird whatever this is. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm not opposed to flying over it. We just try to stay clear from it so we don't get, well, anything.
So who's doing a flyover? Are we splitting, or are you all just fanning out, flying over the town, seeing what you can see? Or you just keep going to Macoma? What are you doing?
Splitting for a moment to cover more ground in the town quicker.
I
Hmm?
just think I understand exactly. So I know we're still in wind form, right? But we're like flying over a place that has people in it, right? Outside, you said?
So you're approaching the town, right?
Yeah.
On your approach, you saw people in essentially a refugee camp. They had
Yeah.
makeshift shelters with tents, tarps, wagons, whatever they could use to get some shelter. Beyond that, a little bit of nothing before you get to the town itself. This town is situated between two not very tall but wide hills, and it is
Okay.
at a little bit of a decline to get down to it. So it's in somewhat of a valley, but not like a huge one between mountains or anything like that. And as you approach the town, first thing you see, you don't see anybody. You don't see anybody, but you're just approaching the town. And as you, from what you can see, it has this green fog or mist that is just hovering in the streets between all the buildings, and the buildings themselves seem to be normal as far as you can tell. Doesn't look like there's like
So
what you
in
see,
the
like, no
actual
destruction.
town,
Yes, which you have not
but
gone
we're
to
not
yet.
there yet, right? We're just like above the camp-ish area, like going
Well,
towards
you're on
it.
your approach, on the approach to the town. This is what I'm describing. What you see as
Yeah.
you're flying up to it.
Okay.
And if you guys have stopped to have this conversation here, you have not flown over the town. You have not seen the entirety of the town, and you definitely haven't, gone to street level to really investigate if that is what you want to do. So this is just at first glance as it comes into view, what you see.
Well then, yeah, I would like to see more before put my interacting below level.
Okay. So if you guys are splitting up and looking at, what you can find, I need two separate people make a perception check, please. Who's it gonna be? Don't be so quick to volunteer, Neri.
I think she should.
I think she shouldn't.
All right. So L1, who else?
I'll roll.
All right. So L1 and Era make a perception check.
19.
Okay.
23 total.
All right. So as you're flying over the town, the fog doesn't it does obfuscate a little bit of what you can see, but it's so low to the ground that it doesn't really prevent you from seeing much. You start to see bodies in the street. Still presumably dead. You can see doors open, closed, the fog making its way into basically any area available to it. Elevorn, there's a bit of a foul smell in the air. Not too dissimilar to what you had, to the experience that you had in the wastelands with the dragons, but there's something else beyond just the smell of death. It's a bit acrid, almost like whether it be burning or a vinegary smell, something very displeasant that you would imagine would just kind of burn your sinuses a bit.
Like what happened in the Feywild?
What do you mean?
There down in Era, or Ella, or there down in Ella had like weird burning smell sensation.
Like the corruption? No, it's not so much like that. It's not. It's dissimilar enough that you're confident it's not Feywild corruption here.
I was almost excited for a second.
Excited for Feywild corruption here in Draconia. Explain
Well,
how that works.
Because
What?
then I would have more time to figure it out, or maybe less time, because the Feywild is mysterious.
So that's what you see. Further in, towards the center of the town, the bodies that you see in the street are more dense. As you get further away, there are less and less bodies of the fallen.
Wait, so is the body count increasing as we go towards the middle of town, or
Yes,
decreasing?
increasing.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see that there are areas, like whether it be like smaller roads or where there were more people that seem to have fallen over each other, like not really piles, as in like as much as like not really piles as far as people have piled the bodies up, but piles as in they seem to have fallen over each other, and that's where they lay now. You do see bodies are. There's a lot of doors to. You're not sure what the buildings are here, but in front of closed doors there are bodies as if before they had fallen they were trying to get inside. Some just in the middle of the street. That's what you see from your perception. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Have you made it to the center of the town?
From what you can see, yeah, you can make it if that's your goal. You can make it to the center of the town fairly easily. Yes, there. So what do you ask? Yeah. If your goal was to make it to the center, yes, you're gonna make it to the center by now, easily.
Okay. Does the fog seem like it's more dense anywhere?
If it seems more dense here, it's only slightly so. You look around there. is a well in the center of the town, though it does not appear as if this fog is coming from that. In fact, the fog itself doesn't even crest the top of the stone well. The fog itself seems stagnant. It's just sort of hanging there. Anybody? Have anything? What's going on? What are we thinking? What are we doing? What are we saying?
Well, I mean, I would kind of just be in shock of this and trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to try to get it to go away, whatever this green stuff is, or if is it from the bodies? Is it, seems like it was on the outside of town where there weren't bodies, so probably not, and I could be saying this out loud. That's fine, even though it kind of started out as a thought, but, I imagine that Eleanor would just be like, I don't know what this is. I don't know how to take care of this right now, and it doesn't seem like there's anybody. So, people outside the town are probably people who escaped whatever this is and might have some idea what this is. Or no idea what this is, but they could maybe give us a little information which we could then try to figure out and come back and see if we can do something about this. But it seems done. I mean, we could try to call out and see if there's anybody here, but I don't think anybody would answer us because that would mean they weren't sealed wherever they've been sealed. I don't know if there's catacombs or something they could have escaped to, or like we were in Vasselholm in the sewers. Are there sewers here? Just kind of.
Sure. So who's around? Because you guys did split up. I don't know if you all were going to the center, or where you were going specifically, Era, because you're the other one that did make a roll. You're scoping out everything. Did you head to the center as well? What are you looking for?
It's the center where what was it that the bodies get thicker, like in the sunset
Yeah,
more.
if you're following, there are more towards the center than there are towards the outskirts.
But is there like more to explore in regards to like heading to the center, or have we found this coming?
I mean, you guys are fast enough that you could basically get from an aerial point of view. It's not hard to see whereabouts the center of the town is, right? So you could, if the center is your goal, you can get to the center of town. You can fly very fast.
Well, then it's more about like I guess finding the center where the bodies are concentrating more. So if they're piling up at a certain point, try to that point.
So the center of town would be that, and you can see that there are there's a fairly large marketplace. It looks like there are some official buildings. You can still read out some of the signs on the shop fronts and in front of the buildings. You can even see from your point of view some of the stalls still have whatever wares, foodstuffs, although it may have spoiled by now, that they had been peddling. With the exception of the fog and the corpses, the town seems normal. So you're all convened in the center, so you would have all heard what Elevon had to say.
I mean, you can kind of control the weather and the elements sometimes, right, Eleanor? So could you maybe possibly try to clear this up with some wind or something?
An entire town is a lot.
Like, I could come back and clear it out, but I can't do it right now. I mean, I could clear out a lot of it. Probably most of it, maybe, assuming that it can be moved by wind, but...
Well, I mean, I guess we don't have to do it right now, but, you know, it's just,
Then, I mean, I don't think it's safe to be in the fog right now. So I think Elevorn's point in talking to those that were on the outskirts is really the best plan that we could go.
yeah, definitely. But I was just wondering that if she could maybe clear this out, but I understand that it's gonna take time and everything if she would do it, but
I could try to do something, but I don't know what it would, because I could, we could... No, I don't want to do that. I could conjure some animals that can fly and see if they can, like beat their wings and see if it clears it or not. Or if I will need something more powerful. I probably will need something more powerful, but... Another question is it flammable? Because sometimes things can burn. Types of stuff. But I don't think we just want to throw fire at it because,
It's
Yeah.
also, in the town.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
yeah, that's a risky move.
Just fireball. Just fireball. It really does sound like you.
Well, we can either go talk to the people who were outside or keep going to the capital.
I think trying to figure out what this might be, given the clues that we could find out from people here, we might be able to find some way to fight it or solve it. I don't know. Maybe I'm placing too much hope in this capital, but
No, but I think the more we learn, regardless whether it's here or the capital, it's still things that we're learning, and it could be related. So, question about the fog thing, the green fog, right?
Yep.
Because you mentioned it was in the streets. So is it more concentrated, like on the dead bodies? Like, could we tell if it's coming, like emitting from a dead body
So
or a corpse?
you guys are still pretty far up because you don't want to be in whatever this is from what
Yeah.
you said. From what you see, it seems pretty evenly dispersed as far as you can tell.
Okay.
You can't see if it's surrounding it more or emanating, as Elevon had theorized, from a body, maybe. You can't really tell that from how far up you are. Because at the moment, you're still, like, I don't know, how far down are you? Are you at, like, rooftop level? Or are you staying above that?
Well, how big are the buildings? Like, are they significant? Because I know it's a town, so.
In this town, there aren't any that are more than 2-story. As you're moving around a bit, Elevon, or as you guys are hovering there, catch a whiff of a different scent. Smells of incense, burning herbs. Just a hint of it on the breeze.
I'm going to head towards it immediately.
Okay.
Gonna follow in-law.
So trying to track this down, because your perception check was so high, you follow the scent until you can see, say, maybe a couple blocks away from the town center where you had just been. Not heading back in the direction you'd come, but sort of perpendicular to that. You see one of a smaller building. Draconic writing on a hanging storefront sign. Looks like a one-story building, but it might have an attic area. As you can see that there is a closed window at the top, but from the closed window, from any of the small, not airtight gaps, small wisps of white smoke from which the smell is emanating from. The sign front is obviously printed in Draconic that you could attempt to read, I guess. You might not get it right, but...
Yeah, okay, I'm going to read it.
Alright, go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Well, that's a 10.
10. Not bad. F. You interpret the sign as health.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go in the window.
You're gonna go in the window.
Yeah, where the smoke is coming from.
Okay. 1 minute. We just see. I'm just reading the Windwalk spell to see how big of a gap you can fit into as that. Does it specify? Or is it just your wind, I guess? No? Alright, so I guess anywhere where wind can be. It's gonna stretch yourself thin getting into this place.
I also want to do it carefully,
Okay.
because I don't want to let the stuff in the room. You know, like I don't want to push it, so it's just like, you know.
Alright. So you're heading down below rooftop level? I said this is a one-story building. The other, like, so it would be closer to street level than obviously where you have been flying thus far. It's up to you.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Is anybody following Elevor?
Yeah, keep following her.
Taran, Era,
Yeah.
any voice?
If I notice, I'll go.
Okay. Elevor and Nedadion first. As you get down, the smell of whatever this fog is gets a lot stronger. To the point where even though you're heading towards the scent of burning herbs and incense, the foul smell overrides it. I need both of you to make a Constitution saving throw, please. I'll say that the two of you are a bit ahead of Duen.
23.
Okay,
So 21.
so
That's gonna be my only nat 20.
it's not a bad one. It's a pretty good natural 20. All right, so the two of you, as you descend, feel this fog, this vapor, this whatever it is. You get a breath of it. And immediately you know something's not right. Something feels off, bad, wrong. And you begin to steel yourselves against it. And both of you save and take 29 points of poison damage each.
Immediately I'm gonna be like, this is definitely not safe. I don't think we should be here.
You're, you're right.
Pushing through, continuing into the window, Elevorn? I mean, you're
No.
already there. No?
No,
No.
because you
All right.
can't.
So as you headed down there to do that, you got this mouthful, and you could see the window itself is a bit grimy, but you did see a silhouette of something moving behind the window.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, in a minute. Out of it.
Okay. Heading back up. Durand, you were following, and you see the sort of movement of air and the gust of wind pass you as you can hear the strained breathing and coughing of both Elevorn and Nedadian. They went down, you were following them, they came back up almost immediately.
Is everything all right?
We need to get a bit more farther away from that. This whole thing altogether, of course.
I see. Okay, so
There's someone in there. I saw their shadow, but I can't get in. I can't. No, we can't do it. But there might be a way to get in a different way. Not the window, but some other. Is there a tall roof nearby? Sorry, roof by. Getting ahead of
Tall
myself.
roof by.
Yes.
There is a taller building, not adjacent to it, but 2 buildings away.
Would it be within 100 feet of it?
Yes.
Okay, so I have the spell that I used on the dragon to make things that are down be up instead, like changing things around. I don't know. It would take all of us probably to pull this off. This is really difficult, and also I don't even know if we can breathe on that rooftop, but that would be key to this.
If you want, if I could test it out if we can breathe on it. So
I mean, how long does this plan of yours take, Elavon? Let's hold our breath if it would not be too long.
Well, I was thinking if I reverse gravity, maybe the roof would come off, and then the person inside it might float up. I mean, we'd have to loosen the roof somehow, but the person might not be able to hold their breath that long. So, I don't really.
Would then not also send them into their own roof?
Well, yeah. That's why the roof has to not be in the way anymore, but also needs to stay in the way until the last moment when we let it go so that they will be free of this, whatever this horrible stuff is. And then we have to catch them. And I don't know how many of them there are, or how big they are, or anything like that either. Because I can't get in, because I can't hold my breath that long, I don't think. I mean, I didn't try to hold my breath, but it is a very narrow opening. Or maybe they're okay. Maybe we don't need to save them right now. Because I do have another plan, but I don't have everything prepared for it. It's a pretty good plan, and I think it'll work. But I can't do it right now. It's actually an awesome plan. I can't wait, but
oh well, what would you need to do that? Do you need like specific items or something?
I just wasn't ready to need to shape water. Although I can control water. Maybe I can do it. Hold on.
Hmm.
See, because I have water breathing,
Mm-hmm.
and if I put water helmets on me and anybody
Oh.
else who needs it, we don't have to breathe in the noxious gas because the water protects us, forming a barrier. See?
That's actually creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put a fishbowl on my head.
The fishbowl had water in it still.
It's pretty good. I like it. Water breathing plus control water. You have to get some water, but you just make breathable bubble helmets, basically.
Yes!
I have a question. How far up does the green fog go?
Not that far. At least
So-
from, well, like what's visible. It's maybe at most knee height.
Could I test landing, I guess, one of the two top?
One of the two-story rooftops?
Yeah, well, yeah, the highest point that I can.
Yeah, I think that's where you guys are about right now, and it seems fine. The smell is a lot more pungent, and it isn't pleasant to breathe, but it's not painful to do so.
So are we still in Windwalker form at this point? Just on top of.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one said that they were turning back.
Can I try?
All right. You turn back on top of the roof. It takes a minute, but yeah. Instantly, your eyes sting a little bit. You can feel the hairs in your nose singe a bit at the smell, but it's not enough to do damage. It's definitely unpleasant, though.
Could I try like covering my mouth with like a piece of cloth? It would help.
It helps a bit, yeah. As much as covering your mouth with a piece of cloth would.
I can't really do spells. I don't want fireball anything in case thinking. I could try using my sphere inside. Not that that would really would protect me from the acid, but be able to, put a ball in, see how far I can go.
You gonna sphere yourself?
No, not yet. Maybe. It's a plan.
Perhaps.
I could see more at ground level if I just sphere myself, just roll around.
There you
But
go.
if we're trying to, do something in this place, I could send maybe my arcane eye through, maybe.
You'd have to see it though, right? Or you could move it, I guess, yeah. And you could see, yeah, you could do that. I don't see why not.
My arcane eye about to be teary eye.
Yeah.
All right. I guess if I can get a better.
So you cast Arcane Eye via the Serpent's Eye magical item. Yeah. And are you moving it towards that house?
That's where the white. What you said? White smoke, like where it was more.
Yeah, the white smoke,
Yeah.
and you saw it was so it's like wispy white smoke, slight scent of incense and burning herbs. Elevon read the sign, saw what she saw was vaguely just like health. You speak Draconic. It's basically the sign says alchemist and medicinal herbs. It's a pharmacy medicine man type little shop thing of sorts.
I guess if I could boon voice as well, just shout like, "Is anyone still alive? We're out there."
You shout that. No response. You're just shouting?
The arc.
Cutting a little bit.
I'm trying to. Any windows I can either place it nearby, or if there's a way that I can place it in. Like if there's like a hole.
So you're putting it up against that window where the smoke was coming from?
Yeah, because unless there's a way I can put it inside, but I don't know if like there's holes and stuff
Not one that is
visible.
as it can go through. It needs to be as small as an inch in diameter. The window that's closed is sealed pretty tightly, not completely airtight, but as far as your arcane eye can go, it's can just get up to that window, which you can move it around and search for, I guess, a place that is less covered in like dust and grime than others. But after a very short amount of time, the window begins to clear as a little bit, as it's cleaned off from the inside. There's still the dust and dirt that is on the outside of the window, but you can see peering through. Doesn't see your arcane eye because it's invisible. A gold dragonborn, very gaunt, thin in the face, and wearing it looks like robes that haven't been changed in quite some time. The arms and legs that you can see poking out from them seem thin, frail. Doesn't look like this dragonborn has been eating well at all, if at all. You can see he looks a bit to be in something of a panic. Maybe he heard your voice and is looking for who might be out there, but not about to open the window. You see him retreat back into the dark, looks like a storage area, very small, almost like a crawl space. He has to hunch over, and he's pacing back and forth very quickly. You can see where the herbs and incense are burning, and it looks like he has a little bit of a workstation set up here. Medicines, herbs, salves. You can imagine that whatever he's been doing up here has just been to keep himself alive, as he's sort of barricaded himself in his attic with his medicinal supplies to stave off whatever is going on in town here. He goes back to the window every now and again and looks out, and your arcane eye is just visual stuff. You can see him. It looks like he's saying something, shouting something maybe, but can't hear it from where you are right now.
Okay. Can I do detect as well?
Can you what?
Detect magic?
Detect magic. Yes, but that is from your
From, yeah, where I'm standing. That's
nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing apart from the stuff that you're used to seeing on your friends. It is a 60-foot range, right? Yes.
So
Yeah.
while she's working on this, could Elevorn have landed next to her since she doesn't seem to be struggling or anything and she's using magic?
Sure.
You know, because I would have noticed her casting the spell and stuff.
Okay. Sure. 30 feet of you is detect magic. So the other building is a couple buildings away. It's about 80, 90 feet away from you. What are you doing, Elevorn?
Well, I was turning back into an elf.
Okay. A minute later.
There is somebody in there, but they seem weak. I think it's a brass dragon.
Gold.
Dragonborn. Gold. Sorry.
Yeah.
So we don't have time.
We can. I'll shout in Draconic. You shouldn't be afraid of us. If you need help, I need you to get to the window. If you want to live. I know the toxins are not the best, clearly.
Could you... I don't know how it works. Could you make me fly? I mean, I was thinking I've got this out of a few places when I was a unicorn.
As she's talking, I'm gonna...
Okay. You cast fly on her? Or
So-
what were you doing? You cut out a little bit. Sorry, Max. As
Oh.
she's talking, what are you doing?
Oh, no, yeah, as she's talking, when she says, like, could you cast fly on me? I put, I cast my spell, give her fly.
So, the Dragonborn you see through your arcane eye as you shout out, he reacts to your voice, but there's like a confused look on his face as if didn't quite make out what you said. Whether it's because you were too quiet or he just wasn't prepared to listen or just couldn't hear you that well. But it does seem like he's searching the window, trying to see anybody. It's a little bit of a small window, and he definitely doesn't have the ability to see you because he's looking out here, and you guys are on a rooftop over here.
Okay. So...
But you can fly now.
Okay. So, if I become a unicorn, if Durant could come and maybe break the window or something, because I know I can't breathe in whatever's here. It's too much, right? Maybe if you guys were flying around us to prevent it, below us, to prevent it from coming up, or I don't know how to move in such a way that it wouldn't be as strong there.
By the way, never mind, you didn't see that. Arcane Eye is concentration. It ends when you cast fly.
Fuck. Okay. Okay, then I'll keep shouting. Just, if you can hear me, open the window. We're on the roof. Over.
Another interesting point of note, Elevorn. What did you say you were doing? Have you done anything yet?
I haven't done anything yet. I
Oh,
was
okay.
like, I could change into a unicorn, and then if he's willing to come with me, I could take him out of the town. Like, just like that.
Hmm.
And if someone was assisting the person to hang on to me, that would be better. So I would prefer, like, somebody strong, like Nair the Honor Durand, to come and hold the person, or I guess even Sven could, to
Want to
try
know?
to protect them.
The window itself is not large enough for you to fit through as a unicorn.
I know I couldn't go through. He would have to, like, just be touching me, right? That's
Yeah.
what the thing is. So he
Yeah.
would just have to hold his breath and reach out. I don't know if I could try to speak telepathically to him if I'm a unicorn, but I don't speak Draconic very well. So
You could try.
yeah.
You could
I
tell
mean,
Duran to
it's in
tell
his-
you what to say and then try to repeat it.
Yeah, I guess.
A unicorn barges in yelling, "Touch me!"
Oh, God.
That's very funny.
No. But if somebody would be going with Alaborn, if she's a unicorn, then it should be Duran because Draconic. Or Sven. But
Or
either
Era.
way.
Yeah.
Era
No.
isn't strong enough.
I can go.
Not Era.
Unfortunately, not
So I
Era
didn't
this
cast
time.
fly on myself, to be honest. Imagine.
Well, if we need to go through that with you, get through the door and up to wherever it is they are holding themselves to get to them, then I think either Durand or I would be a choice. I believe, well, amongst the people here that can speak Draconic, we would be the ones who could hold our breath the longest. And should things go a little sideways, we have things for that as well.
Do you think we could go through? Is there anything that anybody has that could create a hole so it less amount of time? Because it's the hole, and then, like, before we make the hole, maybe try to be like hovering above them so that I could try to communicate with them.
Bust
I
through the
can-
roof.
Yeah,
Just
something.
fireball.
Let's see.
I have um I have a cave that lets me do the dimension door, but I can only do it once.
Oh wait, you could get me in, and then I
She
get this
can
out.
see.
Oh,
It has to be a place that she can see, right? Or no? Can't just be a general vague, this much in that direction. Let me look it up.
You teleport yourself from your current location to any other spot within range.
Or one you
Ye-
can visualize, or one you can describe by stating distance and direction. Okay, so you don't have to see it.
I can visualize it because we were at the window.
Yes, you did go
Ah.
with Elevorn to the window, so you have a vague idea of what it is, a good idea of the distance. It is well within range. You can bring one willing creature of your size or smaller. So,
have
I
to go
believe
as
a
an elf.
unicorn's a large creature, yeah?
Yeah, have to go as an
Yeah.
elf, switch into a unicorn while we're in there, and then
Mm-hmm.
Or I can give the cloak to Dron so he can talk to the other dragonborn and you know, then
Just-
you guys can teleport out of there.
No, that's an hour-long process for him to attune to that thing.
Hmm. You don't. I thought you said you didn't need to attune.
What? Oh, it's an item he's never attuned to before, though. Newly attuned items takes an hour. Like reattuning to something that you're familiar with. That's what I said. Takes a shorter amount of time. But he's never attuned to the cloak before. It's completely new to him.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about.
But like, if you were to attune to a different magical item and took off the cloak, Dion, putting back on the cloak, you wouldn't have to spend the hour again. Is what we talked about. Plus, I mean, this way, Elevorn has to get her phrase that she wants to tell the man from Durand, and then try to remember that and speak Draconic to him.
And that's 10,000 times better.
Okay, so I like your plan. I mean, our plan. The plan. This is the plan? Is this the plan?
Is this the plan? Or are we gonna fireball it?
Okay, so tell me how to say it. And I'm like, seriously, to Durand.
Well, say what?
I don't know. What do I say to him? I need him to like touch and hang on to me so I can take him out of town.
Hello. In a moment, I am going to turn into a unicorn. If you could please make physical contact with me, I can get us out of this predicament.
That might be a mouthful.
Get in.
Hold on to me when I'm a unicorn.
Just like I'm here to
Even
help.
if you say that
I'm-
correctly,
yeah,
like, what the
okay.
fuck?
Something a little bit more generic.
Come with me if you want to live.
Yeah, it's like
Okay, yeah,
come
that's
with me
good.
if you want to live.
That's good. Did you just make up with that? Did you
Yeah.
just make that up? That's great.
Holy shit, that should be like in a
That's
movie or
how I say
something.
that.
What's a movie?
Crazy.
What is the movie?
Someone should write that line into a play or something. That's great.
Yeah, that's the phrase. Come with me if you want to live.
All right, here's the plan. We don't say anything. We get in there. Netadion, you restrain him. He looks weak, and we just
Right.
Okay,
It has to
that
be
works too.
kidnap him against his will.
Yeah.
You can't.
Okay.
Literally can't.
Why not?
It
Oh,
has
it
to
has
be
to be a
willing.
willing creature. Literally can't. It's not just contact. He has to be willing. Okay, fine.
But I mean, if he's unconscious.
All right, we're getting into a weird thing of, I don't
Are
think
we-
that's the conversation we want to have. So
I mean, if he's unconscious, he can
you can't
say
say
no.
no
or
if you're
yes, but
sleeping.
Oh
So
no.
I'm
Technically-
a willing person. I hold on to him. I'm
he's
a
just
willing
equipment
person.
at that point, right?
Oh my god.
Is it me?
My god.
This got a little dark.
Little bit. So
Actually,
it went from rescue mission to get in there and knock the motherfucker out. Like,
then this is your world. You get to do the laws of consent here.
no, I don't.
What do you
No,
what do you
that's not-
constitute as
that's
your
not-
laws of
What are
consent?
you talking about?
That's fine. I'll teach
No,
Elevorn how to
no.
say "come with me
Okay.
if you want to live."
Okay.
Still, but even once I'm in there, even if I don't speak right, he'll know we're there to help, right?
Hopefully.
I mean, I can keep shouting at him because otherwise I don't want to.
to.
Oh,
Keep
excellent.
shouting too. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I just.
Shout, give him a good berry,
Give him
turn into a
berry.
unicorn.
Come with me if you want to live.
Mm-hmm.
It's flawless, like it's
Perfect.
foolproof.
If
How
he's
can he say
so-
no?
He can't really. Maybe we just confuse him into consenting. Like that.
What?
Right.
Yes.
Overwhelm all of his senses.
If I can, because the unicorn has telepathy.
Telepathy is, you can speak into people's minds.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you speak their language. Maybe his common is better than your draconic.
Yeah, maybe. I'm hoping so.
Let's just go with that, maybe.
I mean, we have time once we go in, right? Because he's not dead, so we won't die immediately. So there's a little bit of time. So hopefully we can convince him to come. Because I'm just Yeah. And we'll just meet you outside, right? Once we go. I mean, might be good if you guys were here, but we'll meet you outside right after.
Outside the town?
Yeah, outside the town. That's where I'm aiming to go.
About 1 mile that way.
That way.
Well, it doesn't have to be a whole mile, just at the end of the camp or whatever, so I don't bang into anything.
5 miles.
While they're discussing what to do in the other voice, I'm gonna unattune from my snake armor for a while and put on the cloak.
Okay.
I am practicing this whole time.
Practicing saying what? Come with me if you want to live.
Yes.
Okay. Make an intelligence check.
I'm also preparing by putting on my mask to, hopefully it will stop something a little bit.
Oh, that is a mouthful. It is.
What?
Trying to
What is it?
figure out how to say it. Hold on. It is.
Just copy paste it.
No, I gotta try to say it.
Copy paste it and let Nemo try it.
No, because if she
Oh.
if she reads it, it's not the same. She has to hear it from my voice and then try to replicate it.
You who, Dune, who in real life is fluent.
Fuck, you're right. Konf, kof, mirth, vesajek, wooks,
Are you talking
to all
backwards?
ikek, wof.
So draconic
wolf.
is just. So draconic is just English with a mouthful of marshmallows, is what I'm hearing.
That sounds like that's how it would work. Yeah. Konf, mirth, vesajek,
Konflikte sjek vuxtor ekes vaff.
There you go. That's
What?
wonderful in her
Is it
dialect.
Finnish? Is draconic Finnish?
No.
It's some sort of Nordic language with too many consonants and.
True.
Like, what the fuck is the NFN sound?
Yeah, that was the hardest one in the beginning. If you heard.
Dret ve sjek vuxtor ekes vaff. Vaff.
Woof.
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 So what is
Yeah.
just the last bit? I guess what is that to live?
Live. Live.
But supposedly, unless they have some sort of strange conjugation like Spanish.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Anyways, where are you even getting this from?
Don't worry about it.
Just don't worry about it. It's draconic, trust me. It's official. Official dragon speak.
Yeah.
There's a difference between. Anyways, so there you go. Elevon, what is your intelligence check?
It was 9.
9. Excellent. Are you ready? Nadadian takes the time to reattune her items, and you have the cloak. Refamiliarize yourself with it. Takes about a minute, and you're ready to go. You're near the center of town, not too close to it. A mile will get you out of town, not as far as the refugee camp, though. But it will get you out of town by a safe distance.
Are we ready?
I believe in us. We can do this. Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. We have to.
We have to.
Okay, so take my hand or something and I'll get us there.
Gonna grab her hand. Like, I believe. Got
I'm
this.
gonna squeeze her hand a little bit. Not too much, but still a little.
Alright. And you cast Dimension Door.
Yes. Dimension
So
door.
visualing the area that you had seen, focusing on that area, you cast Dimension Door. Era Drand, you watch as both Elavorn and Nedadian, hand in hand, space around them warps for a moment before they disappear, and they're gone. The two of you apparate inside of this small attic-like room. The smell of the herbs and incense is near overwhelming, to the point where it's thick in the air and hard to breathe, though not painful to do so as it was outside. The thin, gaunt, frail gold dragonborn who has, now you can see him, looks like heavy age lines on his face. The scales and skin begin to sagging away from his eyes, and the corners of his mouth and under his chin are thick with gray and white whiskers. Startled, he recoils back and knocks a few things off of a nearby shelf. What?
I'm gonna put my hands up and just try to, like, even though he can understand me, possibly, maybe I'm just gonna be, it's alright. We're not harm you.
You can see the mouth moving, but the words not forming. Still seems in shock.
Can I cast Goodberry?
Yeah. You begin
gonna
to
give him
weave a spell.
Okay.
So you cast Goodberry?
Yeah.
Alright. From a bit of some of the alchemy equipment that he had knocked off, had fallen off and shattered, he takes a vial by the neck of it, a shattered vial by the neck of it, and holds it out to defend himself as if like it's a broken beer bottle.
I'm still holding my hands up and just, like, trying not. I know I'm still probably scary, but I'm just like, I'm not gonna do anything.
I'm gonna give one to Neredion, and then I'm going to eat one. I'm going to say, we're just in common. We're here to help.
Okay. He speaks in Draconic first. Pick up a word here and there, but it's so frazzled and so quick that you don't understand it. And then in Common, how did you get here?
I'm just gonna. I have this cloak, and it helps me to get into places sometimes.
What do you want with me?
We're. Ella, maybe you should talk. Maybe.
No, you go ahead. You're good.
We're here to help you out of here, to get you out of the town. And if you, here's this berry. It's very good for you. It's not gonna harm you or anything. It's very good. I'm gonna try to offer.
Yeah, so you guys have already eaten one, so that goes away. Let's go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage.
Am I making can roll, or is Neridion?
Neridion's rolling. She's the one trying to convince him. So.
Oh, wait.
the
So
yeah.
what I was gonna roll?
Persuasion with advantage.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
$15?
The eyes drop to the good berry in your hand, and there's a moment's hesitation before he drops the vial, the broken vial that he was holding, it shattering a little bit more, and grabbing the berry out of your hand, you can see the nails on the hands are long and not kept up with. He's been here quite a while, and he gobbles down the good berry with a ravenous hunger. You can see after a moment the surprise as the eyes go wide at how filling it was. Obviously not expecting that, much more than just a simple morsel. But after taking it, sort of like a cautious, scared animal, he takes a few steps back, still like slinks back away from you, still eyeing the two of you up.
I can take us all out of here, but you have to want to come with me. And I will not look as I am now.
You can't leave. If we leave here, we die. I don't know how you got in, but if I could leave, I would have done it long ago.
You can leave now with us. I have a way.
Outside is that weird thing outside isn't outside the city. There's other Dragonborn over there too.
It's good to hear people get it out. For the past week, more, all I could see was what I could see from that window. And all I saw was the bodies. It's good to hear that people made it out. I don't recognize you. Point, I don't think I have much choice but to trust you.
Yeah, we are not from here, of course, but we came to investigate things and, well, there's a lot of things going on, but there are other Dragonborn out there, so...
I won't survive here, so yes, no choice but to trust you.
I'm gonna hold out my hand, like, as if to shake his. Like, I am Elvorn.
Ager.
I'm Neridion.
Well, Ager, are you ready to go? Do you have everything you need on you?
Thing up here was just to keep me up. Unless there are people out there in need of simple medicines.
Oh,
I could fill my pockets, I guess.
there might be people who need your medicines, so if you take something. I'm sure it will help somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh,
Give
here.
me a
I'll
moment.
offer him my bag and just be like, you can put anything in here. It's the bag of holding.
Yeah. Oh, you're giving it to him to carry around in, or are you just following him around like
Just
"Put it in, sir."
following, yeah, and like you can put it
Okay.
in, I'll give it back to you when you're, when we're on the other side.
He goes around and going through drawers. You see he coughs into his arm, and you can see as you're following him around, there are some bloody rags that are like lining the tops of some counters that have fallen off and are on the floor. But he wraps up some herbs into looks like parchment paper, ties it off with twine, and puts it in, and goes around getting some tools, some more herbs, but there really isn't much. You can see that, like, based on the ash and the scattering of different equipment, he's been in here and has gone through a lot of supplies just to attempt to stave off whatever's in the air outside and survive
Yeah.
in this little attic. So, it doesn't take him long to put what he has left of value into the bag. That'll be it. And
Okay. Try not to be alarmed. I'm about to change.
okay,
And so then I wild shape into a unicorn.
okay. The eyes go wide again, and he blinks, looks away, rubs them in disbelief. But you're standing there and almost lighting up the room for a little bit. There's definitely a shimmering aura about you, as you do have that shield, and it is visible. So the musty, dusty interior, you definitely stand out in here, and even to you, Netadion, just compared to the rest of this dusty attic, she seems especially majestic in this unicorn form. Elavorn and Netadion, both of you, although the smell of the incense and the herbs was powerful when you had gotten here, there was still that underlying scent of whatever lay outside. As a unicorn, Elavorn, you don't get a hint of that anymore.
I suppose I would just mention it to Neridion that I can't smell that bad smell anymore.
I'm assuming that's gonna be telepathic, so
Yes.
yeah. So I don't wanna alarm Acre, so I'm just gonna look at Elevorn a bit like, that's kind of strange, but
Okay. So you look at Elavorn, and Elavorn, you see Netadion looking at you, and sort of the eyes move and makes a little bit of a face. She can't read your mind. You can't speak telepathically with her, so. But if you think you can, that's.
So,
Yeah.
I guess before I leave, because I've noticed the rags, I'm going to use the unicorn's ability to detect poison and disease.
Okay. What's the range of that? Just what you can see or sense, or what is that? Detect poison. It's a spell. Let me read the spell.
Yeah, it's
Sense the presence and location of poisonous creatures. Ooh, a poisonous creature. And diseases within 30 feet of you. You also identify the kind of poisonous creature or disease in each case. The spell can penetrate most barriers. Blocked by a foot of stone, inch of common metal. Then shoot that or 3 feet of wood. Alrighty. There's definitely a bit of that. You definitely sense a poison within the elderly dragonborn here, as well as, well, all around below you, pretty much.
Okay.
You sense it's like you're sensing water while on a raft, almost, where you're standing here.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. And so he's not sick, he's been poisoned by this poison that's all around us, which is not surprising, but I just wanted to do that before I forgot about it, and then be like, alright, you have to, I'm gonna say into his head, in common, of course,
Mhm.
because...
You're not gonna try to comic, are you sure?
Yeah, because
Okay.
we've been speaking in common in
Sure.
Ken, so it's just, my god, but...
Come with me if you want to live.
Basically, I'm just going to say, you have to be in contact with me, so if you want to ride, you can, or whatever. If you just want to put your hand on, that's fine too. But you have to be willing, and let me know when you're ready. Just say you're ready.
Not sure. Looks into your eyes and you look at him and he gets the, at first, surprised to hear your voice in his head, but gets the understanding and walks up and shuffles up to you. And I've read about creatures like you. Never thought I would see one, let alone saved by one. And he places a hand at the base of your neck, just at the edge of your mane, and I am ready.
So then I'll confirm with Neridion that she's, in contact or whatever. If she wants to ride, doesn't matter. Whatever, however we want to do it. But are you ready?
I'll climb on behind Acre while being like saying, I'll be behind you to stabilize you, just in case.
He's not on there.
Oh, he's not. Oh,
No.
I'll
He's just touching
still-
you. No, he doesn't have the
Oh.
strength to climb up onto a unicorn. You can hop on there,
Oh,
though.
yeah, I heard wrong, but
Alright.
I'll just stabilize him, help him,
Alright, sure.
somehow.
He does seem pretty... Yeah. Alright, so you stand near him in contact with Elevorn and just helping him to stand. And seems like everything is ready if you're ready to go, Elevorn.
Yeah, just say a quiet, silent prayer to Luru that this works out okay, and
And
go.
you guys vanish from the interior of the alchemist shop to a few hundred feet outside of the town itself. Durand, Era, two of you are flying in your mist form when it's hard to miss Elevorn as a unicorn just apparating out of nowhere, especially because, as I said before, the roads and area just outside of the town are fairly empty. You see them, you can see with them appears to be an older gold dragonborn who Elevorn Netadian, as soon as you appear, he looks around, takes a step, and begins to cough and would collapse had you not been there to keep him up and stabilize him, Netadian. But the coughing fit continues and doesn't appear to stop. the old dragonborn gasping for air between fits of coughing and wheezing.
I'm gonna try to go, like, use the healing touch.
Okay. What are you doing?
Well, I'm
What bit of
using
the-
healing touch. The unicorn touch, restoring its hit points equal to 2d8.
Oh, in addition.
In
yeah.
addition, removes
Okay.
non-magical diseases and any poisons affecting the target.
Sure. So, as Netadion, you're holding him up, you basically assist him to a sitting or laying position. Elevorn comes up and, with the horn, reaches down and touches the old dragonborn, and you can see this soothing, radiant energy begin to amass in the horn of the unicorn before it disperses and dispels. You can see just under the skin of the gold dragonborn, almost lighting up his golden scales as it ripples through his body. The coughing subsides nearly instantly, and a large, healthy breath from the gold dragonborn as the poison has been dispelled from inside of his body.
And he gets 10 hit points.
Woohoo!
Yay! If he was missing any.
Let me just edit the character sheet of.
I'm gonna offer him some water.
Which he takes very, very readily, very happily. Era, Dadan, you guys coming down? You could reform if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, same for me.
Sure. Looks around, and as you guys just appear out of nowhere again, using your strength as well, Netadion, he goes to stand back up. Still very frail, very weak from lack of food and water. Looks to Svenkrid, looks to you, Dadan, looks to Vos, and speaks to the three of you in Draconic. What is going on? Who are you? Where are the others? Where do you come from? What is happening here?
Oh, I was hoping to learn what is going on here a bit more from you, if you're feeling better.
Talking about what happened in the town, I could tell you that. I mean, I'm talking about the 6 of you appearing out of thin air.
We come from, further. Oh, we're just help originally from the Empire.
Which empire?
There's multiple.
Sanko chimes in. The Elysian Empire. It's quite a journey there, but we come to, on behalf of our empire, to your kingdom, come to offer aid. Can you tell us what happened in your town here? He nods and looks to the rest. Era, who you're following along, Netadion, Elevorn, not as much. He proceeds in common. Suddenly, around no more than 2 weeks ago, probably. Maybe a little longer. I'm sorry, my memory is a bit hazy. Not so much attacked as in one passing swoop, dragons descended on the town and spewing forth that poison into our streets. We had no time to react, no time to properly protect ourselves or evacuate. I had retreated to my attic and was holed up there ever since. I don't know where they came from or why, but they were gone near as soon as they had first shown up in the skies. So many of them.
What did the dragons look like?
Large, varying in sizes. One in particular, larger than the others, but all of them as green as the noxious gases they spewed onto us. Vos speaks up and chimes in, interjecting himself into the conversation. Do you have any idea which way they came from, which way they were going? Acre closes his eyes, squints, the sagging nature of his skin scrunching up as he attempts to recall that day. The eyes open, he looks to the sky, and he points back in the direction of the road that you had followed, back in the direction of the Badlands, and that is where they were going. Something out that way.
So where we came
So
from?
they came. I did not see exactly where. I heard the commotion, the screams from inside my practice. I went into the street just in time to see the clouds descending, the green clouds coming from the sky, descending onto the town, and I saw the shapes, the shadows through the mist, heading in that direction, though I'm not sure where they came from. I came back in. As soon as I got a sense of what was descending upon us, I knew it was not going to be good, so I holed myself up, burned my incenses, and clung to life as best I could. But you said others. There were others, looking to now Elevorn and Nedadion. From the town that made it out.
I'm just gonna look at Elevorn a little bit.
I'll just say to him, like in his head, like, there is a refugee camp not far from here. I don't know if they're from the town or they were coming to the town, but there are people.
And so you all can hear in your head Elevorn speaking. And Acre responds, "Can you bring me to them?"
I'm gonna lay down
Okay.
so he can get on.
A little bit of help from Nedadion climbs atop a cornivorn. And as you're walking, Vos speaks. I would be surprised if it wasn't the same dragons that we've seen already. So they came from somewhere out this way at the very least, which is a bit concerning, as beyond this is Metchroma. Could have been there as well, though. Don't know what to expect there. So much has changed. If you had asked me before, I would say there is no way. Metchroma is the most impenetrable city in the world. Can't imagine anything befalling it like what we saw there.
Prior to the attack, were there already, have you heard of any rumors going on?
I had heard word of acting of the dragons, but none of it was from anywhere around us. No.
Dragon meaning like attacks at other locations?
Again, I think most of it was on the chromatic side of Draconia. It had not... Well, actually, no. Now that you mention it. There was one person, one patient I was seeing, treating for, seemed to burn. And they spoke that they were coming from Drillheim, I think they said. But before that, nothing had happened here. We thought, close as we were to the capital, we'd be protected, we'd be safe. What has happened to Metchroma? He looks to Svenkert and Vos. We were actually on our way there as we passed by your town. And once we take you to, presumably, your people, that is where we will continue to head to.
The one from Drillheim, do you remember how they look? Maybe we met them.
He had copper in scale, but they were heading from Drillheim, and this was, oh, it must have been months ago.
Ah.
Vos nods. That would line up with about the time that we were first encountering the red and green dragon, or sorry, the red and black dragons that have been accosting us. A couple months ago, that was when we had decided best to evacuate the city. There should have been more, though, that made it this far. You're saying you only met with one. Well, only one that said that they were from Drillheim. Yes, I didn't get out of the practice often. So I can't say how many more there were or weren't, unfortunately. I see. Guess we can only hope that there were more. But at least one.
Some might even be in the camp ahead.
Perhaps. By the way, how much longer do we have on? Do we have enough time to get to Metchroma? How much longer do we have on our travel spell, Elavon? It's still going, right? It just
Yeah.
is?
Yeah, it's not concentration or anything.
Which seems a bit nonsense.
Yeah,
Right? Half my spells are concentration. This is fucked.
Like, she could do that, and then you could be a unicorn. Why do you need anyone to cast fly on you? You could have just turned into a mist thing as a unicorn.
well, I couldn't get in, and I was like,
Oh,
if I could carry somebody to open the house so we could get into it, but we didn't need to open it because Nerdion is awesome and has that cape
yes.
thingy, cloak. Sorry.
Cape,
How
cloak, same
dare
thing.
you call my cloak a cape?
It's a cloak, cape.
It's a clape.
Yeah,
it's a cope. It's just a cope.
Yeah,
Coping.
I'm coping.
Copium.
I'm coping hard.
But yeah, Nerdion kind of is a superhero. But, you know, like if you know.
She has the power of invisibility.
I'm right here, right now.
I'm not sure how much time we spent doing this. Probably not that long, really. I mean,
No,
there was some
not
of it
that
like
long in the grand scheme. You have enough time to get there once you guys have the discussion about, because you don't know how long it is to the place distance wise. He doesn't know how long you have on the spell, but you figure if you don't spend too much time here, you have enough time to get there.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
I guess it would be in character, but so the chromatic is where that wouldn't be in character. Anyways, okay, so hold up. Chromatic would be the side that my sister's on, right? Like, which is
Correct.
across. Okay.
And
this side
from
would...
what you have heard from her, what you have heard from these people, it seems like stuff that's happening here is bad, but it seems like whatever is happening started there and has come.
So I would ask, how were you guys with metallic like when you were attacked? Was it just only chromatic dragons? Which I imagine. I just confirm.
Only saw green, and well, since the nearest metallic dragons to us would be those of brass, and they do not breathe poison.
Correct. But in terms of how it was, like, you never had any issues with them either?
As far as I remember, there's rarely any dealings with the dragons. From my family, my town, we call just the brass dragons as they're the only ones around, you see. Any dealings that we had to them were brief, and they weren't hostile. Of course, I say we. It wasn't me personally. I wouldn't know. The last time I have heard of dealings with the brass, well, it was from Metchroma. And it was something to do with I believe a portion of the wall had fallen into disrepair. And some deal about helping fixing it. I don't know the details. It's just what had gone through the rumor mill, but this was decades ago.
So they were an ally of sorts.
Well, we were never hostile. I don't know about ally. We had. This was back before. Looking to, like a glance goes towards the land. This was back before the formation of the diarchy. Back when us and those on the other side were at odds. At least not as amicable to each other as we are now.
I see.
And so we had our squabbles, but the dragons of either side, they didn't bother themselves with our issues. So I wouldn't say that they would be allies to call upon, but they certainly weren't a threat. At least they weren't hostile. If they wished to be a threat, they very well could have been, but they were not hostile. For my entire life, we've lived in relatively close proximity to each other, dragonborn, dragons. But our concerns, our politics, our civilizations are worlds apart. Though it seems that may have changed. You are now approaching the sort of refugee little hovel. You entering as a unicorn?
Yeah, I'm carrying the guy.
Okay. So, through the road, you walk past the tents, the makeshift shelters, and draw a lot of attention. And so there's no more than 100 people here. People pointing you out, then you can hear people recognizing their town's alchemist slash pharmacist. Voices speaking in Draconic, calling out, Ega! That's you! You're alive! Ega leans down a bit and, you can let me off now, I love one.
So I will. But I'll also ask if he knows where I can find any rare oils.
Some kind of oils you're looking for, as a group of Dragonborn begin to surround you and him. I dealt with a supplier in Medchroma. I can give you his name and the information. If he's still there, if Medchroma is still there, I should be able to find him. At the very least, if it is medicinal, he should be able to help you.
Thank you.
Looking around to the rest of you, do you have anything to write with, and could I get my supply as well?
Oh, yeah. I'll dig out a journal and, you know, ink
Yeah,
and quill
all the
and
good
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, all the good stuff.
He scribbles down the name and how you can find this supplier of his.
So after I let them down, I'm going to quickly ask, does anybody need to be, I mean, would anyone mind asking if anyone is poisoned by the noxious gas? Because I could help 2 more people before I change back.
Svenkard steps up and makes the stands near Acre and asks the other Dragonborn who come around, is anybody amongst you suffering the ill effects from the poison within the town? If so, could you lead us to them? We can help. And Ager vouches for Svenkard, speaking in Draconic and affirming that you are indeed here to help. You're brought to a row of tents that are a little bit isolated from the rest of the hovel, in which there are 5 people that seem 5 Dragonborn that seem to be in a similar state to where you had found Acre, coughing, difficult to breathe.
I might be able to help with that as well.
Well, I can. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's, with your lay on hand, it's 5 points to do it, I think.
Yes, sir.
Alright. So between Durand, Elevorn, and Svenkard, you guys use you're shown to the tents, and we do have to wrap up here shortly. And you use your individual means to cleanse these people of their poison. As the 6 of you recongregate, Elevorn, are you dropping Unicorn? Is that what you wanted to do that before you dropped Unicorn?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So then, once I do drop Unicorn and turn back into an elf, I'll just hold my bag open and be like, all you have to do is think of what you put in, and you can take it back out.
He reaches in and seems a bit surprised that, it worked. He gathers his things and
I'm going to, just while he's doing it, just to be silly, I'm going to, like, you could think of a potato too. I'm pretty sure there's potatoes in there.
in the middle of reaching in. Maybe he was thinking of some more of his herbs, but he reaches out, he grabs a potato as you changed his thought mid bag grab. May I keep this?
Of course. Do you want more?
Looking around, you can see some of the other members of the town that had recognized him that were like sort of guiding him around. They subtly nod. If it's not a bother.
Of course.
So, gathering his materials and potatoes, he thanks you and the others once more. I hope you find what you're looking for.
We hope so too.
Well, we found you, so I think we can find what we need.
Right, the safety of your people is probably more important than.
I feel as long as they are here, I will be here with them, so if ever there's anything I can do, you will know where to find me.
Also, I think if we can, we do want to help with your town, but we can't right now. I am glad we found you.
I owe you my life. Whatever may be left of it. Vos bids him good luck to the rest of you. We need to get to Metkrona. Drillheim, here.
Yeah, it's not
Yes.
looking very good. The odds of everything being okay.
Can make it before it gets dark.
Is there?
Hmm?
I'm gonna ask the old guy because he might know Acre. Like, are there any really big trees around here?
He points back towards the town. The hills that flank the town, they hold small forests on them. Should be able to find trees there. It's far enough up and out of the way of the town. There shouldn't be any of the poison.
Thank you, and sorry, boss. What were you saying?
Just that we should go. If Metkroma will not have been as easy to attack as even Drillheim, even so, I am a little nervous.
I understand. Let's just visit this tree. Well, I mean, we can go as wind and change back. That's faster. I think, yeah.
Okay. So you're changing back to wind. You're continuing. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
All right. So going back, changing his wind, going towards the hill and finding a tree suitable for travel. Just putting up all these little checkpoints across Draconia. You continue on the final stretch towards Metchroma. Vos, although wind, you can sort of feel the anxiety radiating from his general direction. Worried about what may or may not find in the capital city. And what he and the rest of you find, we will find out next time.
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
What have you done, Zen?
It's probably fine.
I know this is your doing.
What's my doing? What did I do?
This. What have you
This?
done?
I didn't do anything.
You did this.
No, I just tell things how it is. I've done nothing. I've done absolutely nothing. I barely even think about this. It's just whatever, yeah.
You just wake up and it writes itself.
It basically writes its.
You're like, whoa! How did that destroyed city get there?
Whoa, that's so weird. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Good night.
Bye bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Bloop 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 bloop.